All right, we in there. Sorry about the slight delay. I forgot that because now I'm using what's it called? Uh, Casper Labs. Um, it takes just a little bit longer uh, for the initial setup because for whatever reason uh, the the Casper Labs multi chat does not stay docked the way that it's supposed to stay docked, which is counterintuitive. I mean, they're called docks, right? They're just supposed to be docked. That's what makes them docks. But whatever. I had to set that up again. Uh, unfortunately, I did not actually get to mixing my paints for this stream. So I'm going to have to take care of that now. Just as soon as I reassemble my paintbrush. Hello? Thank you. I'm going to need to super glue that on. Whatever. First things first, though, before I forget. Let's get medicated. Because you know me, I've been chronically ill for like, 3-4 weeks at this point. And these pills are horrible, by the way. They're not yucky, but they're like super dry and sticky. Like, you really, really need to wash them down. Okay. But, yeah. We're finally here for the long-awaited, much-talked-about painting stream that I've been meaning to do for a long, long, long time. And it's just been put off and put off and put off. But now I think I'm ready to finally tackle it. So, let me get a good angle on this. As good as oh, wow, great. Very helpful. I should have had this figured out before I started streaming. Okay. Hold on. Oh. How is this going to work? It's a mystery. Okay. I think I might be slowly figuring it out. Okay. Now that does mean you're going to be watching me like painting upside down, so... Ooh, it's been too long, and I forgot to hit start recording, by the way. I was almost certain I had clicked that, but okay. Whatever. Well, it is hot in here. Why is it so stinking hot? It's like we actually got a freeze warning in this area. So, video, and hopefully this doesn't just crash OBS, because OBS has been like that lately. Configure. Tilt. No, but that is cool that I can manually, or not manually, like digitally control that. I actually didn't know you could do that. And roll does not roll at all. This is what I used to control before. Now it doesn't do that anymore. Because I got a different camera. Yeah, roll does not roll anymore. flip vertically? Sure. It's actually a surprisingly simple solution. There's just a checkbox that says flip vertically. So there you go. So let's see what we got here. We got... we're going to be doing a lot of different colors, so let's get a little bit of everything, right? Some pink, some misbehaving purple. And you know what? Let's see if I can actually get like just a little itty bitty bit of like music softly playing in the background. There, I don't know if that's too loud or not. There, I went ahead and mixed some like lo-fi versions of just some tracks that I like for the purposes of streaming. I would like to find like a proper OBS plugin to like play music and have like a little now playing thing on the screen. But this will, ooh, that needs a little. There we go. And because it's remixed, hopefully it won't like trip any copyright or whatever. It should be fine. It's pretty distorted, pretty quiet. And okay, let's crack this open. This is almost... Thanks for that. Thanks for just sharding all over my wrist like that. That's really great. Okay, no, that wasn't nearly enough white paint. Or, no, here we go. That's better. Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of different colors, because this is going to be 4 paintings in one, is the idea. And we'll get more, but this is going to be even more pale. And hopefully the white doesn't shard all over me again. This is almost tapped, though. I'm going to need to... Oh, come on. Okay, let's just go ahead and... Since this is almost spent, let's just go ahead and dig right in there. There. Oops. Totally just whacked my mic, by the way. Come on. Lighten up. Literally lighten up. Yeah, so it's been a while. In many ways, it's been a while. It feels like it's been so long since my last stream, even though all I did was, like, delay it by a couple days. And there's a few reasons behind that, so I figured I'd talk about that while I whip these up. One reason, like, I had already talked about this last stream. I wasn't really sure what to do because I knew I had a long weekend coming up. like 5 days. And I had really... Okay, for one thing, I just wasn't vibing with it. I wasn't feeling the Sunday stream at all. And so I decided to take the opportunity, you know. And it is a chance to do something different. You know, we don't normally stream on Tuesdays, so, you know, variety is the spice of life. But the other thing, I've just not been feeling well. So, I decided I'd give myself a little more time to recover. I went to the doctor again. Had to go quite a ways out of town this time to actually see a specialist because I was ready to get better a long time ago. Let me... Ugh. Let's clear this brush. The upside was I got to try some, like, really good seafood. Little tiny itty bitty shrimp, but boy were they packed with flavor. I got some, like, blackened shrimp. And this was a coastal town, so you know the shrimp was fresh. But yeah, I feel like I've finally got some proper medication, and what's more, the long weekend has given me the chance to give my ear a rest. That's what's been bothering me more than anything, is I've had a heinous ear infection that has just been unrelenting, and now we're in for another messy stream. So you've heard me talk about it on stream. I work in education, and so having a break from the noise, you know, and no offense, right? Like they're kids, they're sweet, but you know they're loud as kids are, and it has not been kind to my ear infection. But now I finally had a break, and my ear is feeling a lot better. I'm not hearing like the crazy demonic voices, or sometimes it would sound like voices circling the drain, or like listening to an old VHS tape that's been corrupted. It's been rough, and it's had a very unpleasant effect on me psychologically when, like, friendly voices that you're used to hearing now sound all corrupted and distorted. It's been difficult for me to just enjoy music because everything's been sounding off key. Let's try Just Red. And then make this orange. You know, I love those bright colors. Ooh, hold on. My foot's falling asleep. Okay, a little more orange than that, please. Whoa. Okay, maybe that was a little much. Or maybe that was just enough. I don't know. Nah. I could use more yellow. Fortunately, yellow is really weak, so it takes a lot of yellow just to counter a little bit of red. Okay, that'll suffice. But now I need some lime. And some... you love that sound, don't you? Ugh. Alright, let's see if we can get some more music playing. Oh, that's nice. Don't you just love that? Doesn't that sound like the gentle, distant twanging of a guitar over, like, a shopping mall sound system? I love mallcore. I'm a very mall pill person. How did I get all this blue on me? Excuse me. But yeah, I don't really know or can explain why, but malls have always been like a very comforting presence in my life. I like genuinely, unironically enjoy going to the mall. It's just too bad that malls have almost gone the way of the dinosaur, where not a lot of people go to them anymore. Big mall a couple towns over that's been around since I was a child closed, I don't know, 1 or 2 years ago. And I won't say it wasn't deserved. It was in bad shape. But it's still sad to see it go. What we're listening to is my personal lo-fi mix of what's it called? Chill Rising Sun Lo-Fi Mix. I picked this up from, well, actually I don't remember where I picked it up. But it was this album of, like, they were already, like, kind of chill wave versions of Square Enix soundtracks. Although I haven't heard this one before. I think it's from a game I haven't played. Whoa, that was a little too much. That was too much blue. Or maybe just the right amount. That actually turned out okay, I think. And, oh boy, you can see my brush is falling apart. Now let's get a deeper, more verdant green with lots of blue. Yeah, that's good. You know, green used to be my favorite color as a child, and then at some point I switched to blue. I think I just realized that there are more hues of blue that I like compared to hues of green. Now I've gotten a taste for almost every color. I think the only color I don't like is, like, more of like a muted, rosy pink. To me, that's like a very old lady color. Maybe a little more blue. Because this is almost going to be more of like a shadowy green. And yeah, there you go. There. Just a little bit more. And there you go. And that's something I've been trying to pick up on more, is the idea of using hues instead of shades. Like, instead of the more simple-minded way of just, oh, you want a darker color, just add more black. Instead, use colors to invoke the feeling of blackness or darkness. That way you can have shading, but not compromise how vibrant the painting is. Yeah, by the way, I'm still not 100% well. Don't know if you can tell, but I am still quite nasally. the ear infection is not the only problem. I have a nasal infection as well that I've been trying to take care of, and that's been horrible. I got to use this like nasal spray. And when I say spray, I don't mean like a spritzing. I mean like this horrible geyser of weird saline and salt water and just I don't know some weird concoction that they gave me, and it is horrible. It is the exact same feeling as I forgot to change the text. Let me fix that. Very awkwardly because I got to reach around my stuff. Hello? Thank you. There we go. I figure once we kind of get the first layer of painting, because we're going to be doing a lot of layers. I figure once we get the first layer of painting started, we'll crack open the new one piece. And no BTD today. That's not the plan anyway. But yeah, we're going to be doing lots of layers. So I'm going to have to figure that out. Now, what should we mix up next? Let's get some brown. Please and thank you. Ah, yeah, there's that sound. So good. Okay, this, and then some of that. And then just a wee bit of this. Let's see how that turns out. It looks very evil now. Ew. Gross. I don't like that color. That reminds me of elementary school when kids would just... This is so absolutely sick. It's making my stomach turn just thinking about it. Reminds me of being in elementary school, and kids would just take all the condiments and mix them all together, and it was horrendous. So they would be dipping their fries in this ketchup, mustard, mayo, relish stuff. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Okay. Can we mellow this out with some white? I really don't know. Okay, that's going to need quite a bit more black, I think. Because this is going to be dark. This is going to be... Oh, okay, so I didn't actually finish talking about it, right? So I had talked about it a long time ago, and then I just kind of stopped. So if you don't remember, I don't really blame you. But the idea here is that we're going to be doing a series of trees shaped like dragons that are based on the 4 seasons. And I got, hold on a second. Where is it? Here we go. I've got the set of 4 little mini canvases. This is what we're going to be painting. So what if I made that more red? I always really struggle to get the exact brown I want. It is a very complex color, I suppose. Like, yeah, not dark enough. I want more of a contrast between all the brightness that's going to be going on and then the wood that's going to kind of form the body of the tree dragons. Because the profile of the dragon should be very clear, I think. Man, even more, I think. Hold on, let me do this. Ooh, did I overdo it this time? Maybe. Brighten it back up just a wee bit. Ugh. I'm gonna need more yellow paint. You can already see I've used a ton of it. Give me some of this. Okay, there we go. And then so it's not just like completely monochrome. Let's mix up a lighter brown. Oh, not that light. That's not very colorful. Come on. What a mess. But I think it's starting to turn out kind of the way I want it to. Yeah, this will give some nice highlights. There you go. We're going to be doing like dang near every color. Like this whole thing is going to be almost full. Whoa. Don't fall apart on me. Maybe I should move my mouse further away from all this action that's going on over here. Although I am going to need to put on some more music. I don't have a playlist. Like I said, I could really use a proper plugin for OBS that just plays music. There we go. Like I said, though, it is quiet. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I don't even know how much I want you guys to hear it because, again, I'm not sure. It should be remixed enough to be copyright friendly. It freaking better be. Now, okay, I remember now. Gonna take some of this and make more of like a something muted. So it'll be hello? And I know I said muted and I just had a bunch of yellow, but like bear with me, this is gonna turn into something. Ooh, that was too much yellow. That was actually way too much yellow for the amount of blue that was in there. So it's going to be this. And this. And this. Yoink. And this is tough because this brown is creeping in. Can you not do that? Please and thank you. Okay, there we go. There, I just got paint all over me, but okay. You know, speaking of painting, I recently went a couple towns over for some Asian with my dad. And my mom was also supposed to join us, but she was suddenly feeling very sick yesterday. And she couldn't make it, and I felt really bad. So I went back to the store that sold those wooden dragon sculptures that I painted like 1 or 2 years ago. And picked up some earrings for her. And it was my chance to show them the work that I had done, trying to breathe some new life into their sculptures. Told them how I had switched up the look in my bedroom, and they didn't match anymore, but I didn't want to get rid of them. That is still too... It should be almost gray. So let me add a lot more white and see how that turns out. It could, and I just whacked the mic again, could use more blue, but not too much because I don't want it to brighten back up. Now it's almost looking like the slime that they teach you how to make in like middle school. Like in your middle school science class. That is the part of school that I miss. Like when they taught you how to make your own ice cream. Vast, incredible amount of effort to make a paltry amount of ice cream. But it did come out being the best ice cream you'd ever tasted in your life. I made some orange ice cream, and it was freaking delicious. Man, it still needs more blue. Try not to overdo it, but so far I've been underdoing it. Okay, there's that, but I also want to make another one that is almost gray. So let me mix that up. And then I think we'll be good to start painting. Man, that's not almost gray. That just is gray. Let me scoop some more of this. Just tiny, infinitesimal amount of black to get it back to what we're looking for. And there you go. Two slightly different shades of like a greenish gray. This is going to be for like the winter scene, like in the background. And I think that might be all the colors we need. So, oh, my leg is falling asleep again. Ooh. Now you see I've got a really bad habit of like laying on my legs. There you go. Man, this is almost empty. Reminds me of Fluffernutters as a kid. I used to eat a lot of those. Nowadays, I pretty much hate anything that's like artificially marshmallowy. I only like real marshmallows. And on that note, now that it's cooling down, I really have been hankering for like toasted marshmallows. It really is getting to be about that time. I could use a trash can, like a proper trash can. Just a tick. There we go. Now I can clean up around here. Yeah. And we actually, I think we already need some more water. So I'll be right back. Forgot to turn my mic back on. Maybe that was a good thing because that was really loud. What was I saying? Let's see. Is this going to be loud? Ah. So loud. So yeah, there was a couple reasons why I've been putting off the stream. One is that I just don't want to blow my load, right? I don't want to like run out of ideas while I try to figure out my gaming situation. Which, if you don't know, some of my Steam games aren't booting up properly. I think it's because I have an insufficient motherboard. And so I'm trying to save up for that right now. If that doesn't work, I'm kind of at a loss because this is coming at the tail end of a very long journey of just like continuous troubleshooting. And upgrading my PC is really like the last resort. I talked to like a tech guy, like a local tech guy, and he was saying how my motherboard looks like it could use an update because I'm updating my motherboard. You know, got to update the CPU and the RAM. The motherboard that I've got my eyes on, it's not compatible with the RAM that I got, so I've had to do some saving, which unfortunately means I'm probably not going to be able to do too much of the like Avatar Last Airbender style content. Okay, now let's think about this for a second because this is not going to be a normal painting stream. This is going to be our first time experimenting with stamps. Because, you know, I thought about the nature of these paintings and I thought how something like this would be helpful. And I just happened to trip over them at an arts and crafts store a couple towns down. So this is what we're going to be working with. These are going to be our spring stickers. The first tree is going to be more like a willow. So I've got these for like a blooming weeping willow. So it's going to be all pink and it's going to have a bunch of this going on. And then these little flowers for the terrain. And then the dragon's breath, because they're all going to be breathing fire the way the dragons do, only instead of fire, it's going to be something related to the weather. So the spring dragon is going to be breathing butterflies. That's the idea there. We've got just regular leaves for spring and summer. I think. I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be like leaves for summer and autumn. And then for winter, we've got this pine tree stamp right here for the background. And then he's going to be breathing snowflakes. So that's the idea. And the other idea is that these are going to be arranged, well, kind of the way you saw them in the package. Where they're going to be like this. And I want to try and make it to where they're all like firing their breath off in 4 different directions. So let's have just a little think about how we want to do the spring one. So it's going to be shooting off in this direction, huh? Ugh, my nose. Excuse me for a second. Um, Actually, what I was saying before I got distracted was that nasal spray. It is the exact same feeling as being a child in the pool and the water goes up your nose, and it's absolutely horrible. So, I'm getting anxious. I'm getting hesitant. I'm I'm stalling. The first brush stroke is always the hardest. I find, because you don't want to. Let me let me practice it, because it's gonna go like it's actually flipped around on camera. It's like facing the wrong way. Like this direction on stream is this direction in front of me. Like it really is flipped around. I'm just noticing that now. I see the control button is backwards, but this is the best I could do. So, hey, wait a minute. I just noticed the chat on OBS. It only shows chat from one source. I'm not sure which. That's messed up. It's not supposed to be that way. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's. Okay. All right, I think I got it. It's gonna be like. Hmm. Like this. There's the head and the neck and the spine and the tail, all swishy swooshy. There you go. And then it's not really supposed to be smiling. There you go, like this. And I'll need a finer brush for those details. I don't know. Did I give myself enough room to actually realize this vision? It might be that I've screwed up already. Because the neck isn't really long enough. Here we can. Hmm. have an idea. What if I like rework this to where this is like the branches? And then that way the head will actually be a little smaller. There, make it like this. And they're not exactly going to be symmetrical because they're not supposed to be. The wings aren't. Because it's not a dragon, it's a tree. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and do this while it's still wet. Get the highlights going. This brush is too big, actually. So let me give me this. There, give me something smaller. Okay, these are not brushes. These are like weird rubbery things. And then this is like a weird little X-Acto pen. Cool for some things. But, oh, there we go. This is perfect. Or is it? This brush is really... Okay. This brush is rough. This brush needs to be hydrated. Please and thank you. Yep, that's pretty dry. It's almost not even a brush at all at this rate. But I think I can manage. My legs are falling asleep again. There we go. And then what if we give him like a little belly here? Actually, no. I want... Cover that up. I want the light to be on this side. There, that's better. There we go. We're kind of doing it. Kind of. Kind of doing it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. That's kind of scuffed, but it's fine. I'm not taking this too seriously. It's just a fun little thing. Fun little idea that I had. I wasn't exactly sure how to do it. I've actually got much larger square. I'm blanking out here. Square canvases, and I wasn't really sure which one I wanted to do. It depended on how much painting I wanted to do. I decided that I did not want to do that much. Also, one of the larger square canvases was slightly damaged, and so I would have had to go out and get a new one. And I'd rather make do with what I've got. So that's going to be the first dragon, the spring dragon. And that can just kind of chill out. I've got my fan buddy. He's kind of like the unofficial mascot around here. Don't remember if I've ever... No, I've definitely talked about this guy before, but I'll talk about him again. This is just a guy that I picked up at a flea market. Just like... I wasn't really expecting much. Just seemed like a fun little gizmo. Might be a cool decoration. But no, this is actually one of the most useful things I have ever bought in my life. It is so cool. It's a tripod. These things flex. The individual legs, they actually bend. They're super flexible, so you can pose it in all sorts of ways. And it's got lights with 3 different intensities, and it's got a fan with 3 different intensities. And this has been super useful for, like, say I'm waking up early in the morning for work and my eyes are pretty sensitive. I need some low light that I can work with. This is good for that. It's perfect for cooling off food. I use this all the time to cool off my food when it's too hot. Like just earlier today when I was loading up on fried chicken in preparation for the stream. This guy helped me out. And he's good for drying off your paintings. So let me find a place where this guy can chill out. Ugh. There, I can put him over here. And there. Now that's gently blowing in the distance. Hopefully that's not too loud for you guys. And that thing's good for a while. Like, really efficient. Like, energy efficient. Now, the summer dragon. You know, summer's my favorite season, but this one I haven't planned out nearly as much. I imagine it's going to be very similar. Maybe turn it more. So it's not just like super symmetrical. You know, it'll be more challenging, but whatever. I could go for a challenge. Them little horns, like last time. Because dragons with horns are always cooler, by the way, in case you didn't know. There, this one, ooh. I'm actually liking the profile for this one more. This one's a little beefier. Let me give him bigger horns. He's going to be bigger and burlier because it's a summer tree. He's really healthy. With big, powerful branches. Ooh, careful. Getting a little shaky. Maybe getting a little too excited. Maybe. Should he be up on his hind legs? I wonder. Something to kind of fill in more of the negative space around here, I think. Yeah, let's give him, like, outreaching claws. There we go. And then we'll have the kind of like crooked legs. Like this. There. How's that grab you? And then let's get some more music. What else do we have to listen to? It doesn't want to play for some reason. Come on. Oh, this is good. This is my lo-fi mix of Provincial Town from the FF7 soundtrack. It plays when you get him a deal. That's good. That's one of my favorite tracks. It's super simple, but it's so mellow. And, for this, I imagine the light being, like, directly overhead. And, you know, what if I gave him, like, little spines? Little spiky, spiny spines. Like this. Another one right here. And here. There we go. Ooh. You know what I forgot to mention last stream? I watched another movie, an older movie, that I just happened to find on YouTube. Comes with YouTube Premium. Not that I'm a shill or anything for YouTube. I mean, I guess I am in the broader sense that, you know, I'm a YouTuber. It's great if people support YouTube because that's my platform. But you know what I mean. So I think last time I talked about like a movie I just happened to find on YouTube. It was think it was Tank Girl, right? And Tank Girl was pretty good. I mean, it didn't exactly blow me away, but I definitely feel like it's underrated. It's just a fun little superhero romp. That's how I felt about it, and uh, this one is another strange and obscure superhero movie. Okay, this one can chill out with the other, I think. Okay, so here's the thing. Because seasons are a cycle, right? So spring, summer, autumn, and then winter. And so autumn is going to be like blowing its fire this way. Only instead of fire, it's going to be like falling leaves. Okay, my legs are bothering me again. Ugh, I really gotta stop that. Hmm. All right, let me concentrate for a second. I gotta think about how I want to do this one. This one's gonna be like his face, his head is gonna be angled down. So, hmm. I think it'll be like this. Like this, and then more of like, because autumn is like the season of like death and decay. So let me make this guy a little more sinister, more of like a hunchbacked dragon. I think will be more to our liking. And then his wings are gonna come out kind of behind him. And we could use a little more paint. Like this. And then arms coming down kind of like this. I don't know. The idea that it's a dragon that's also a tree gives me a little more leeway to just kind of like not pay too much attention to his anatomy. The idea should still be there, but I'm not being as strict with myself as I might be otherwise if it were an actual dragon. He's kind of like, okay, he's kind of splayed out, kind of stupid looking. So let me see if I can't fix that. Like, that's really bad. I don't like that at all. Is there any way we could possibly fix that? That's going to be tough. That's really tough. I'm not too happy with this one. Maybe if I just kind of do it like this. I don't know. That's pretty bad. I'll have to cover that up with some stuff because that's not good at all. I don't like that. It's just got a big dumpy. The consequences of poor planning. I'll just have to, well, we'll stamp it up. We'll put like a big pile of leaves there. I never said I was good at painting. Never said that. I just said that I like painting. There, and I kind of envision the light source being more in front of him. I don't know. Maybe with the highlights, I can better sculpt his body to be to my liking. Because as it is, it's pretty rough. Let's see. Can I get some of this, like, off? Thank you. Try and correct more of the shape of this wing by doing it this way. More like this, and then this, I guess. I don't know, man. It's pretty rough. There. Hey, that's not bad. That's fixing it a bit. I still think this looks really bad. Whoops. feel like I screwed it up again. And then, yeah, there you go. This is rough. This one is really rough. But again, I think as long as the idea gets across, it should be fine. Let me put a little more highlight on his mouth. There, that should be fine. And how's this turning out? Is this dry? It's actually getting pretty dry, pretty fast. What about this one? That's also really dry, really fast. I'm shocked. So dry that off. And now this one is a little more complicated, though. Because I want to try the stamps. Now how to do it. How to actually do the stamps. No. Because I can't just like dip it in there, you know? What if I did it like this? Like manually apply it to the stamp? Huh. I don't know. That seems kind of bad. This may have turned out to be like a complete failure. I'm not sure if these stamps are interacting the way I expected them to. Let me try. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. Because I wanna... The sky. How should I do the sky? Maybe I want the sky to be more of the, like, darker... Oh, but how do I clear the paint off of the stamp, though? Now that I've changed my mind. Oh, that's not coming off. No, that's like stuck on there really, really bad now. If I do it like this, that's better. Like scrub it off. Then the stamp comes clean. Not my hands, though. My hands are ruined. Let me clear this brush. It's a good thing I got an entire roll of paper towels. There we go. There, this time we're doing it different. Actually, I could use some... Where's my white? I want some just white. Thank you very much. Easier said than done. It's all sealed up. I know I have a pair of scissors down here, though. Gimme, gimme, gimme. There we go. Oh, did I accidentally right-click on something? There. Yeah, that'll do. Ooh. It's a lot. That's a lot. But I got a lot. I got this big old hefty, like, almost mayo jar of just white paint. It's under my fingernail. Son of a... Whatever. Let's just do this. There you go. And then put this on this. And, I don't know, actually. I'm second guessing myself again because the paint is still wet. Let me dry this out. And then try this again. There, get that off. Man, what the state that these stamps are going to be in, this is going to be a one and done deal. I'm probably never going to be able to use these again. They're going to be ruined. Okay, so since that's drying, we'll rotate back to this. We'll use this for the ground. This, let me think. The branches will be pink. So the ground... And the butterflies, let me think. Let's make the butterflies yellow so that they're like the fiery breath. Like make them like yellow and orange. And kind of like stamp it up. So yellow and orange. And maybe some red. Pink. Let's make this purple. But maybe it should be... Maybe it should be like lime green underneath first. I don't know. Some of this I'm kind of winging. Let me see how this turns out. Here, like, get this off. So I can use this to apply the purple. Or maybe I can just do it now. I cannot do it like that. Oop. Just totally whacked my mic again. See how that turns out. It's actually pretty bad. That's so weird. I don't know how to feel about that. That feels super weird. Let me put the green down first. I don't know. I don't know, man. It feels like a mess. Lime green is like super light. Which I kind of like. I didn't finish saying what I was saying before. So I recently saw an old superhero movie. It's pretty obscure. I don't know if you could possibly guess what it is. It's on YouTube Premium. It's It's Howard the Duck. Yeah, I actually went ahead and saw Howard the Duck, one of the most like infamous films of all time. Hailed by many as the worst. And having seen it, I gotta say, it's not that bad. It's definitely not good. Boy, is it not good. But like worst ever? I don't know. In a lot of ways, it feels very run of the mill. It feels like a very standard, like sci-fi fish out of water, almost like an isekai, where Harold is brought to Earth by strange cosmic forces and just kind of has to make the best of it. And there's a romance to it. Like, the idea of any human wanting to get horizontal with Howard the Duck is quite frightening, honestly. But it was just so safe and boring and predictable. Like, it's just such a standard movie. The only thing that makes it stand out is the quirk that it's an anthropomorphic space duck. And it just really doesn't leave much of an impression at all. Apart from the part where there's a anthropomorphic space duck. The most you can say about it is that it is honestly probably the best Howard the Duck movie you could possibly make. That's coming from someone who knows absolutely nothing about Howard the Duck, granted, but like, if that's really just the premise, if that's all there is to it, just anthropomorphic space duck comes to Earth and just makes the best of it, like, what more could you ask for, really? The costume is the best Howard the Duck costume you could possibly realize with practical effects. And that therein lies the problem, ironically, because when you look at it and you realize like that's the best that you could possibly do, and it comes out like that, like that's the moment when they should have realized that they had no movie. Was the best they could do, and it still looked like arse. It was horrifying. Not like Garbage Pail Kids bad, but oh golly. I was just so morbidly curious because I had heard that it's the worst superhero movie, one of the worst movies ever. Uh, a a blot on the record of George Lucas long before he ruined himself with the prequels. Uh, an embarrassment to Marvel as a whole, to the point that his inclusion as a cameo in the Guardians of the Galaxy films is just like it's a big meme. It's a big like self-ribbing. All right, let's let this dry. This is actually kind of fun. The idea of like letting one thing dry and then swapping to something else so that you can just keep moving and moving and moving. That is actually cool. It is a little tough, though. Swapping through all the different paints, real rapid fire like. So let's clear this brush. And then try again with this. The only other thing I can really say about Howard the Duck is that it has like a really obnoxious, earwormy like theme song. Because it was an '80s movie, and that's what that's about. It's just like being as catchy as possible. Okay, that's not so bad. That's actually kind of working. I'm gonna need to regularly reapply the paint. To actually get it to like the full effect. But it's kind of doing it. I could really use a palette though, instead of just the old cheap like ice tray trick. The paint is also like glomping up, and that's not good. I will add some white in here to make the silhouettes of the trees more distinct. Because as it is, they are not very distinct at all. You get the general idea that they're trees, but it's really rough. So let me, and this paper towel is just about done. Let's take a minute to analyze where the light sources are on all of these. So this is more like this way. And this is more like this way. And then this is more overhead. So let's have the light be more this way to make it different. Come on. I also want to be able to just say that I've seen, like at some point I want to see every superhero movie. Like all of them. And I know that's probably a daunting task. I'm probably biting off more than I can chew. Because there are just so many obscure, there've got to be like tons of obscure foreign superhero movies that I've never heard of. There. Could we possibly get a little more definition on the, like... Yeah. There, that's a little better. Now we can let that dry. And, ew. Ew. We got a bunch of paint on the side of this thing. Dang it. There, that's better. It's pretty dry. What about this? That's fine. Let's try the purple again. After we clear this brush. Let's try doing it like this. Hey, that's actually not so bad. It's going to need a lot of work. Like a lot of work. Like, oh my gosh. This is actually like really bad. We can't do it like this. Just do it like this. There, that's fine. That's whatever, I guess. I think that'll do. I mean, it's far from perfect. So far from perfect. What if I just added like little yellow circles? Little itty bitty yellow circles to make them stand out more. Like this. That's still not great. But whatever. It's not supposed to be like... I think just by my decision to use stamps, he kind of already knew this wasn't going to be like a super complex or like realistic piece. It's kind of supposed to be like just whimsical, I guess is the word you would use. Just kind of like a silly out there thing. So that's that. Now we can smear more paint on our forearms. No, I want more. I want them like on the horizon as well. Although, I should probably paint the sky first before anything else. So, let me clear this. This sticky, icky brush. You know, my mom was actually trying to talk me out of doing a Veterans Day stream. It's like, no, not everybody has that day off. Some people are going to be at work and they're not going to be able to watch it. Like, I don't know. It just feels right. Like, I'm not too worried about it. I like the idea of just a chill Veterans Day painting stream, where I just kind of mind my own business and do things at my own pace, and yeah. And not worry too much about how many people are watching. And I kind of realized that I probably should have actually done this step first. We'll be fine. I wanted to get the subject matter in there first, and then compose around it. It is a clumsier way of doing it. But then that's me in a nutshell. Not a precise or demanding man. Let's see if I can play some more music. Ugh, get that purple away from me. Is it weird that I like the Persona 4 soundtrack even though I don't like Persona 4? I don't like Persona in general. From what I can tell, they're all just really dialogue intensive, clunky combat mechanics. The one time I tried Persona 4, it was just horrible. I didn't care for the characters. I didn't care for how slow it was. I didn't care for the rudimentary combat. That was at the same time super unfair. The first boss in the game would just wallop you in 2 hits. But hey, I mean, it came with the soundtrack. That's pretty sweet, eh? That is a slick deal. I miss when games had really good deals like that. Okay, so it never made it stateside, but the original Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Plus, it came with Re-Chain of Memories. Okay, bad example because that game sucks, but 2 games in 1. That's hard to scoff at, and there are some strange freaks of nature that are actually into that game. I pretty much always hate card minigames and Square games. I don't like Triple Triad. I don't like Tetramaster. So the idea of an entire like JRPG that's all about cards is a scary thought. But some folks, they just eat it up. Go. Nice sunny spring day. It's actually quite sunny out right now. It's quite a bitter cold out there, but at least it's nice and sunny. Gotta appreciate the sun when you can now that the daylight savings time is over. It's always the most depressing part of winter to me. It's the early nights. There we go. Ew. Oh. Ew. Thought I could use a little more purple right in the center. Right. Man, look at my hands. Golly. Okay, that can dry off. Right, heck on it. Should have known that was going to happen. Let me try and get that off. There, that was actually easier than expected. This still kind of needs to dry off, actually. So you just chill out. No pun intended. While I figure out these other ones. So, let's see. Another sunny day, like spring. Or would we rather it be a little more dramatic? I'm just going to go ahead and look up like a sunset scene on my computer. Maybe if I look through my wallpapers, I can be inspired. Because I want something a little different. I don't know. I want to do something to make the sky stand out. but I'm not sure. Let me just look up a sunset scene. There. Although I kind of messed up the... I'm realizing I kind of messed up the light source. Because now it's just kind of all over the place. I want to go back over this with dark brown and fix what's going on here. There, that's better. That was more of a like a light blue. So let's. I can cobble something together. There. I actually need a much finer brush. And let me get some more music while I try to cobble together like a sunset sky on the fly. Here's my lo-fi mix of any special orders from the Devil May Cry soundtrack. There. Now what if I mix that with this? Just right on the canvas. Try and make a more interesting color. Get some of the paint off there. That's a little awkward. Can we fix that? I don't know if we can. There. Ugh. Get off. Uh, Here, man, this is awkward. I'll just go over this with more brown again, though. And I'll fix everything, hopefully. There, now what if I do this? Well, that makes it really, really green. Which is not the plan at all. Sheesh. Oh, no. There's like a big glob of blue on there that's ruining everything. Let's try that again. Whoops. Boy, wow. That's not good. I don't like the way this is turning out. This... There's just too much going on. I think I'm trying to switch colors too fast. Let's take some of the paint off of this. Because kind of getting to just be a mess. Trying to get it to cooperate. This, I kind of almost want to just like redo the lighting for this altogether. Because this does not feel right. No. That's all bad. I don't like it. This is what you get for winging it, folks. There, and then what if I... There, like, the sun is here. What if I do that? Is my idea coming across at all? Or is it just a big old mess? Here, let me make breath out of his breath out of the clouds. Actually, let's let's not do it like that. Let's do it like... Wow, that's bad. That is absolutely horrible. There, that, and then... pink. And then yellow. Like really thick yellow because it's tough. Can you tell that I'm getting impatient because I'm just getting annoyed by how this isn't turning out the way I want? And then let's reinforce it by adding some clouds over here. And then more pink. And then yellow. And then maybe like a beachy horizon. Just a little bit. Let me make like super pale brown to be the sand. But now I'm getting ahead of myself because first you need the ocean. First you need the yeah. So let me make that first. Well, this is like really. Whoop, that was almost bad. Okay, can I... Let's try and use this little itty bitty brush. You know, this itty bitty brush is like really having a rough time with it. Might be what we gotta do to get into these spots. That was pretty bad. Here, what? Stop, 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 stop. That's pretty wet now, so I'll let that dry off. This one is actually almost done. So let's paint this up. As best as we can, anyway. Paint that up and then... Ooh. Can we do better than that? Can we... Let's just do it like this again. Okay. It's, doable. Yeah, you know what? Actually doable. And then we'll just flip it upside down. It's a little whack. It's a little clunky. But I feel like we're on our way. To... our first finished dragon. There. That's fine. But maybe you could use a little more. Just like right there. And then like here. There. I feel like most of the shape of this has been lost. But it'll do. And I've just started using this as like a palette. Alright, wet that up. And this too. And this. And that, ooh. I probably should have wiped that off sooner. Because it's pretty caked in paint at this point. Scrub. Oh my gosh, scrub. It really doesn't want to come off. Come on. Not that I really have any plans to use this stamp ever again. Or any of these stamps. This is just like a fun little experiment. But I guess I could give these away. Let someone else have their fun. But yeah, that's pretty bad. That paint doesn't want to come off. I'm going to need to clean up soon. Just to make some more room. Because as it is, this is pretty hectic. Man, the way it's caked on, might need some nail polish remover. I'll just go ahead and dunk some of this. My workspace is getting pretty overwhelming right now. So, let me bench some of these paints. Get rid of these scissors. This I'm not even using because it's coming apart. I could use this. Maybe. I don't know. Of this, meant to wash this off. But again, it's probably just going to need nail polish remover. Because it's really caked in paint now. Yeah, that's rough. That's really rough. This too. Go ahead and clear this off. Ugh, what a mess. I'm definitely going to go through this entire roll paper towels by the time we're done. And this is, oh boy, this is way past spent. Get some more out there. Start getting these brushes cleaned up and ready to use again. There, I'm not using that. Okay. Seriously. Get off. Feels like Tobey Maguire with the symbiote. Hold on, gotta. Ooh, can you guys hear that? That's me popping my neck. Let me go again. Oh yeah. Oh. Let me just limber up. Man, this makes me stiff. Okay, so what do we want to do next? We're getting close to finishing some of these. So let me see if I can finish this up. Actually, hold on a second. Fill in that little bit here. There. Boy, this dragon's going to need another go. Oh, well, now I can't. Now that I put more blue there, I can't put more. I can't put down my sand yet. So that's got to draw off again. Maybe start work on this dragon? So let's look at all of them for a moment, right? There, 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 and there. So, for this, and with more, okay, you can turn this off because we're not drawing anything right now. Any more music? What is this? No. There. Ooh, that's loud. At least to me it's loud. I can't tell if it's loud for you guys. I'm trying to think, how do I do a dragon facing this way that's not just like this again? I got to do better than this because this one is the one I'm the least happy with. Maybe if I start with the feet this time. Like if I imagine it from the ground up, like this. And then this. Like imagine his arms first. There. I think that makes for a better shape overall. There we go. And what we're listening to, by the way, is my own lo-fi mix of Tree Among Shrubs by Men I Trust, which, by the way, freaking phenomenal. Like, indie band. So good. Love their chillwave stuff. I discovered them on Bandcamp like a few years ago, and they're so addictive. So good. I love their stuff. There. What if I make it like a more slender dragon? Yeah, make it more slender with like really busted looking wings. They're more like angular. There, that's better. Really angular, and again, like midday lighting. It's kind of hazy. And I think what we're gonna do, this is gonna be like more skeletal because there's gonna be no leaves, right? So first, a little swishy swooshy. Give him like long, nasty claws. Make him look real nasty. There, and then all the little like nasty, scraggly little like yeah, like that, like like mm, mm, uh, uh. Real nasty, unpleasant. I don't like winter if you can't tell. Like Christmas is cool, obviously. But like if it's not Christmas, is not my bag. Oh come on, a little more. I'll put some icicles on those later. And like snow. Put lots of snow on them. I'll do for that. This is really wet. We'll dry this off. Put finishing touches on this. Let me here, like this. Dude, like, get off. Yeah, that looks nasty. That looks like dookie. There now, just like kind of like gloop. Whoa, careful! It's like gloop out some yellow on here. There, like that, and then we'll use that for this stamp, right? For a second, okay. Here's what just happened. For a second, I thought there was like a creature next to me. because I saw the paper towels moving. It freaked me out. There, and then can we do it again with like orange? Orange butterfly. Oops. Okay, that was a bit of a mess. I'm not sure that that got across. But it's... Get off. Ugh. What if I put another one just like right here? And then... there, whatever. Maybe put another butterfly here. There's a hair there. It's like, what is that? Like an eyelash? Get lost. No one wants to see that. Oh. Alright, I feel like maybe that turned out to be a bit of a mess. But whatever. Ugh, that's kind of like yellow. I thought I got all the yellow out. Hello? No more yellow. Jerk. No yellow. And no green. Ah. Let's try and fix that. Here, light blue. And then white. Oh, you. That didn't turn out quite as expected. Cover that up. So that people don't need to see that. Alright. No, it really needs like just a little itty bitty cloud on one side, like on the other side, so that it doesn't feel just. It needs to not feel asymmetrical and clunky. All right, there's the first one. I mean, it's far from perfect. But I think I got the idea across. Next, I want to try and finally finish this. And this is going to take quite a bit of work. So you know what? While we do this, I want to pull up something else. I want to pull up. Well, first off, I don't remember. I don't remember if I've seen this trailer. Season 2 first look for FlixPiece. I want to just refresh my memory on this before I check out the other trailer, because another trailer came out. And I think I meant to watch it last stream and just forgot. So there's Logtown. In case you were wondering if it was going to be Rogue Town or Logtown.
Everything I've done.
I can't actually paint and watch this at the same time, I don't think.
Everywhere I go.
Whiskey Peak looks cool.
It's for the One Piece.
What is that?
Okay, I remember this. The Giants look good. I'm pleased with that. Smoker. I mean, Smoker looking like Smoker. Kind of cooked, admittedly. And there's Vivi. Vivi's hair looks nuts. I feel like maybe that should have been toned down a bit. And yep, there's Laboon. Looking mostly cool, looking mostly the way you'd expect it to look. Can we get some like dunes going on? Just a little bit in the brush strokes. Okay, so that was that. And then also this one right here, which
Season
heading to
1
the Grand
of One
Line.
Piece ends with the Straw Hats finally coming
Well, let's
together
not
as a crew,
turn it up too much.
and they are ready to go
Here we
into
go.
the Grand Line. And the One Piece might just be there.
Compared to season 1, bringing this massive
Might be too loud for stream. Tone that down.
As we head into the Grand Line, the world of One Piece.
Ooh, what's this location? Hold on a second.
As we head into the Grand Line, and the world
It looks cool.
of One Piece keeps getting bigger and bigger. What is that?
Her hair still doesn't look great.
The Grand Line is this giant stretch of ocean unlike anything our characters have known before. Every 1 or 2 episodes, we go to a brand new island with its own mysteries and surprises and dangers.
Felt like such another planet when you were on that set.
What was that?
First season was about
Some sort of weird sculpture in the distance? What? So weird. It's like, are those supposed to be like skinned giant rabbits? Like the carnivorous rabbits?
Season 2 is about how that chosen family group navigates this very tumultuous odyssey together.
Our heroes are really going to be put to the test this season and end up facing a lot of new devil fruit users.
It's crazy.
And there's Robin.
Doing one season is so cool.
Robin I don't know about.
It's just more fantastical. It's just more grand.
I mean, obviously I haven't seen her act. So I can only... Oh, there's Crocus. Let's look at Crocus. Ooh, Crocus. Crocus looking spot on. Crocus looking exactly the way he should. That is so excellent. In terms of like making the transition like physically into live action, Crocus is okay. He could be a little more heavy set, but other than that, like that's the way he should look. I was never too clear. March 10th, just in time for Cross Age Productions' second anniversary. Like, this is how we got our start, was checking out the live action One Piece, so that's pretty poetic. Anyway, back to this. We gotta get more sand going. And then the sand transitions into grass. So let's like little bits of grass and then more grass. There's that, and then what I want to do next. Here's the idea. This tree is actually up on like a grassy hill. Daggone it. This is what I hate about yellow. It's so weak. It is the weakest color. That's so easily tainted. Like, come on, just come through. Like, actually, you know what? No. Let's do it. Huh. Let's do it like this. I've got to mix this back up because we haven't been using it, so it's dried out. Then, yeah, go away. Put this up on like a cliffside. Do it like that. Okay, like this. And then use like more of like a dry brush to meld the colors together. It's really tough. It is really, really tough. Like, please blend. Okay, this is... Come on. This is supposed to be dark brown. Dark brown. Dark brown. Because it's behind where the sun can't reach it. It's the idea, and it's just not... Whatever. I don't want to do it. Grass and grass and grass and what? That's supposed to be yellow. That is supposed to be yellow. This is supposed to be yellow. Here. We'll do it like this. Like this, and then come on. Can we just know that? Nah. Paint's still too wet. We'll switch to the dark green. Start painting that in. Whew. If only had like a grass stamp. Okay, while I work on this, while I painstakingly brush this in, can we check out like the new One Piece chapter? Yeah, so I'll be kind of like multitasking. I'll be like doing my little brush strokes down here and looking at this right here. So 1165 reverberations. Reader request, which I wonder what the next cover story is going to be. No, I think you know what? I already guessed what it was going to be. It was going to be excuse me. I guess it was going to be the adventures of the composite Vegapunk in his skyfaring laboratory. But for now, we have Beppo sleeping peacefully using Zeus as a pillow. And then, of course, we have Law looking uncharacteristically adorable. Poor Law. I wonder what... Where do we leave off with Law? Law was... he was running with his tail between his legs from the Blackbeard Pirates. Or more accurately, Beppo was like swimming him to safety with the wreckage of the Polar Tang behind them. Which, that's sad, because the Polar Tang was one of like my favorite ships. It always happens. Anytime I like a ship, it gets destroyed. Because I also really like the Nostra Costello. That's rough. Dang it. Well, anyway, here we are. Please, do you hear that too? Yeah. Just kill me. Dang. His words, attitude, and his expression. They're all telling different stories. Man, he's freaking huge. Oh, right in the nose. Alrighty then. You notice how his sword is also bigger? This is something that has always bothered me about One Piece, by the way. And it's a certain necessary logic, but accessories that change size to match whoever's using them. It makes sense when it's a devil fruit power. Because I just rationalized that of the devil fruit power, it's affecting your clothes through your hockey. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's say it's that. Let's say that because your clothes are on your person and like you affect the things that are around you through your hockey. Then when you have a devil fruit power, then through your hockey, when your devil fruit power makes you big or small, then your clothes change and your accessories change or whatever. That's fine. Odin, I'm sorry, is like 7 feet tall. And Zoro's like 5'4", 5'6", or something like that. How do they both use the same sword comfortably? Like, you look at the side by side. Zoro should not be able to wrap his hands around the massive girth of Enma's handle. Makes no sense. Okay, and we've got some action. Almost pure action, really. And this could use more shade, I feel. This could use a lot more of, well, everything, really. So I'm losing my patience waiting for this to dry up just so I can paint over it. So can I just do like yoink? Like just get rid of that extra paint because it's doing nothing but getting in the way. Because I want to paint over it with this. Paint over it with that. And then this. And then, yeah, there you go. And then this. Go to this. So yeah, we got pure action. There's like no meaningful dialogue at all. There's a Beck getting punched. Some sword action. Big hit. God Valley's in pieces. The clouds are being split. The sky is being split. It's absolutely epic. Why does the sky look like that? It's split in half. We gotta evacuate before we're all dead. I wonder how often people have seen this phenomenon before now. Because you don't really hear about what happens in the time before rocks, right? I think it's just assumed that before rocks, there was a time of peace. So this is the beginning of the troubles, of the conflict. And what if I do this? What if I, like, brighten this up? Okay. And then, like this. And then more of this. And then can I use this to like paint some more dunes? There. And then retool the lighting. Why does this guy look like that? It's split in half. We gotta evacuate before we're all dead. Let's steal the ship and get off this island. What, you mean Rox's ship? You really think he's coming back? This is the end of the Rox pirates. Hurry to the shore. What did you say, Vice Admiral Garp? Once you've got every living resident and sailor on board, shove off and get out of here. What's happening on the island, Roger? Once Rayleigh and them get to you, wait off the coast. I will be back. Okay, I did get mixed up there, but yeah, it's two different parties. Garp's folks and Roger's folks both talking to their guys, their boys. There, and this could use more lime green, actually, because there's not enough of a transition between the yellow and the darker green. And then more dark green? Like way more dark green? Like this? Yeah, that's better. Alright, Rox, Roger, I came here intending to arrest you both, but yeah, and my plan was to steal Shacky and the treasure and hightail it out of here. Instead, shall we team up for a minute? I have a number of issues with this, but I can't afford to let him run free. Hey, Rox. We got more action, more action. That look you've got, the curse. Is there any way to break it? Just wake up. I'm glad, you know what? I'm glad somebody's asking. Because when a character asks a question, it almost always means that it will be answered. Right? Because that's setting up the mystery. How do you beat this? Faster. Roger's going to keep fighting until we've evacuated the island. That hockey's off the charts. Got a spot on the ship for me, I assume? Gloriosa. Okay, let's see. What do we got next? I'll use this. Get the paint off this. We're not using this anymore. I could use more water. See, this is pretty much done. Let's get rid of this. Get some fresh paper towels here. And then, well, you can move out of the way. There. Listen up, Kaido. You owe me for the rest of your life. You're gonna make good on that. Oop. Did not mean to get that on my finger. Don't take that out of context or anything. Fat chance it was Finders Keepers, Linlin, and you lost. Wow, this stamp is not stamping at all. It's just making globs of paint. It's not coming across at all. Like the leaf pattern, it's just nothing. It really is nothing. It doesn't work at all. You can't tell that these are supposed to be leaves. You can't. And it's super unwieldy. That completely just ruined what was going on there. Where now I've got to go back over that. I can't, actually, because now it's covered in a huge, thick glob of paint. The stamps, I feel, have been a major failure. The worst parts of these paintings are the parts that I try to make with the stamps. I thought it would make them easier. But that's not the case at all, really. Instead of making it easier, it just makes the paintings less coherent. Like, that's so ineffective. It really just looks like finger paints. I mean, that's okay, I guess. It'll suffice. These two are done. I mean, mostly. This could use more. This could really use more. There. Better. This is the one with the least work put into it. But let's do a little more reading. Just watch me. I'm going to create a new crew where violence rules all. You think you're hot stuff now? Keep dreaming of the day you beat me. It'll never come. Come on, Linlin. Let's get moving. Carry this treasure. Wow. Big cojones on Strusum bossing Linlin around. I'll come and collect one day, and I'll be waiting to crush your spirit. You're the one who knocked down that mountain, aren't you, Newgate? Who are you? It looks like your crew's falling apart. The name's Graham. Captain of the Polo Pirates. Polo Graham. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. And he's got facial hair. Is that not just Marco? Or is it Marco's dad? I'm a big fan of yours. Say, you got no ship to go back to, huh? Team up with me instead. Get out of my hair. Huh. Polo Graham. Do Whitebeard not already have his crew at this point? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My drying buddy ran out of energy. They gotta charge him. Well, I should have just been letting him run when he wasn't drawing anything in the first place. Let's try and get the paint off of this. This water's really saturated, though. It's getting harder to actually use it to get rid of paint. Ugh. Get rid of this. We're pretty much done with this. Let's see. Hey, where did Newgate go? Don't ask me. What are you doing, Dragon? Calm down. No, what are you people doing? Did you know what we were aiding here? Dragon, put them on our ship right now. We have to rescue them. And if anyone argues against it, I'll execute him on the spot. This isn't going to end here, Dragon. It better not. Rayleigh, Gabon, where are you going? Don't you dare follow us. Take the ship out into open water and wait. Saturn's got a very intense look on his face. That island will never have existed. Understood? Ooh, golly. Are those Emu's eyes? Is that why he looks so intense and shadowy, and that's why he's got the Jimmy eyes? See, West Blue, the God Valley incident. S-level top secret classification. Records of clandestine operations and special hazard pay for Naval Base G11 and Cypher Pole number 6. Registry of participants in the human hunt expunged. Site of event, God Valley. Garb, did you know about that enormous black monster the government has? And they call themselves the good guys. Island location, area, population details of race, number of fatalities unknown. Can't believe it either. If you're going to quit the Navy, come join us. Don't be an idiot. If I quit, who's going to watch out for the rank and file? Okay, let's think about this. This still needs... I'll be right back. I need some water. Okay, finally some fresh water. For my paintbrushes, not for me. I'm notoriously bad about hydrating myself. Ugh. Man, look at my roll now. I told you I was going to use the whole thing in one day. And my trash can. I emptied it out earlier today and it's all ready. Okay, well, if I squish it down, it's fine. So, let's see. This day was like super bright and happy. This one's darker and a little more cloudy. Let's have like a pale, slightly more hazy day. There. But it all comes down to mass, doesn't it, Garb? Mass, what do you mean? First of all, the color of armament is a power that doesn't yield to the devil fruits. Okay. And on top of that, I was raised in Haoshoku no Haki. There's no way it couldn't have hurt him. Yeah, but he was guarding with Haoshoku too, so they cancel out. Exactly my point. There's no damage unless we surpass that. If it's all down to who wears out first, we'll lose. Huh. There's no way to keep up with a monster like that thing. So you want to hit him with a critical mass of Haoshoku no Haki? Exactly. Don't even think about whatever stamina you need after that. In that case, you're saying we don't come back from this alive. Okay, interesting. If we can pull this off, all three of us will be down for the count. But if we miss, we're done for. Listen up, Rox. I don't know what I can say to console you. I don't know what happened to you either, but there's one thing I do recognize. I recognize your sorrow. Don't cry, you idiot. Whoa. God of Fire. Infinitum. Ace. Explosion. God of Fire Ace. Infinitum Explosion. Wow. Okay. The world government attempted to cover up everything that happened here. But the downfall of Rox D. Zebek and his lawless band of followers, the Rox Pirates, who wreaked havoc on their era, cast unmistakable reverberations that shook the very world. So that's it, huh? And I already know. Okay, I know that there's a break next week. And you know what that means. When One Piece goes on break, we go on break. That was the part. That was another factor in my decision to wait until Veterans Day to stream. That way, it's spaced out a little more evenly. So it'll be less of a wait for the next One Piece chapter. And less of a wait for the next Cross H production stream. But I think we should concentrate. Well, for now, I think we should concentrate on finishing this. Because, man, this paint is really, like, thick and gooey and, like, glomped up and stuff. So we finished 2 of the paintings. The Winter Dragon needs a little work, and this needs a lot of work. Okay, go away. This is way too much paint. Okay, so it's a bright, sunshiny autumn day. Light, light, slightly hazy sky. And then let's have some more green grass. Although maybe slightly less green. Yeah, this really is the most tedious part. It's just this. Grass and grass and more grass. But we're getting close to wrapping it up. It's been almost 4 hours. So it's a good time to start wrapping things up, methinks. Let's see if we can't finish these last two paintings. In 20 minutes. There we go. Now, can I add some yellow to this? Or maybe I shouldn't be too hasty about it, since the paint is still wet and yellow is such a weak color. Let's see. Yeah, let's get all this off. There. Now this is going to be hard. Because yellow paint is so annoying. But I'll do my best. And let's also grab orange paint. And dump that out here too. Lots of orange paint. And then maybe a little bit of red paint. And then let's try to stamp this. it's better. It is working out better, I think, than some of the other stamps we've been using. Still not great. There, and then orange. There, this actually is working better. This is like the best stamp so far. And then just a wee bit of red. Oh wow, this is actually working out. This is so much better than the other ones that we were trying to do. There, see, isn't that great? Now there's just one painting left. It's this one. So let's make sure this didn't have any paint in it. You like my painting shirt, by the way? The Power Rangers shirt? I like using this for painting because it's already just so colorful by default that, like, it doesn't matter what paint you get on it, what color it is. It just looks like it belongs. And then also, this is a shirt that has just been through a lot. I used to wear it to my factory job a lot. Because then it would just get covered up anyway. I had to wear a smock. So, no, not the big one. Big one's too much. Let's, yeah. Icicles and snow piled up heavy. And then snow piled up. Here, I mean, that was a bad idea. I think that was actually a pretty bad idea. Because it's white on white. So just, let's get rid of that. That was dumb. What if we did this? What if we got it almost as dry as possible? And then did this. Wow, that's this needs work. The snow. All right, last stamp. Let's try it out. Oops. Every time I reach for this brush, I like whack the mic. All right. There. Hey, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. And then just little vignettes here. Or what if we gave it some more white? Like this? Like if we did this? Just little bits all over the place to make it, just to make it a little more interesting. And there you go. That's it. That's your 4 seasons. These are the paintings that I've thought about doing for a very long time, and now I've done them. Did they turn out quite how I wanted them to? No. Does it bother me that much? Nah. That's just painting for you. And, oh, I meant to close this. So there they are. Now I can fix this. Well, sort of. Configure. Camera. No, this is wrong. Flip vertically. Thank you. There we go. And everything is a little wonky right now because I had to, like, I had to goof around with my camera. I never used this stamp. Oh, well, whatever. Missed out. Not too hung up about it, but I still think that these paintings turned out all right. You'll see I also have my other paintings out. That's because I was thinking about touching them up on stream, but I don't know. This is already pretty taxing. I don't know. Let's see. I'll just put these over here. Ditch that. I noticed earlier, by the way, that my closet door was closed incorrectly. So, I mean, whatever. Most you saw was my dirty laundry. My literal dirty laundry. Alright, let's not drop my pants on stream. I don't have my belt on. I never wear my belt on stream. Just because I like to be comfortable. So let's see what we've got here. Tilt this back down. And then flip the camera again. Flip the camera again. Flip the camera. What's wrong with you? Sometimes some options load and sometimes they don't. Okay, all I was going to do with this one was just add my signature because I meant to do that. It's very... Ooh, what's this red paint? Get that red paint off. It's supposed to just be white paint. Okay, well, not really an autograph as much as just like a moniker. There, that's all. Oops, I really whacked the mic that time. So there's that, and then do it for this one too. I'll use purple this time. Sadly, it will not be the same purple, because this is like glow and black light purple. That's kind of... That's really dark. I'm sorry, that's too dark. You can't see it at all. And he was just smeared white paint on that for no reason. So I gotta fix that. I'm almost completely out of paper towels. Okay, I really messed that one up. Can we just like... Come on. Good enough. I'll use white this time, because I basically have to. That was terrible. That was the worst. That was actually the worst. It's white paint. White paint should show up incredibly brilliantly. It's white paint on black. It should be the most visible thing ever. So visible. Soak this in white paint. Well enough. Got this series of 3 paintings. John Mark in all black. So, I don't know if I said it, but I'm going to start getting serious about selling these paintings. Some of these, like these blacklight paintings here, I'll sell the originals and then that's it. They'll be gone. Because I was never that serious about them in the first place. I was never that attached. It was just a fun little thing with some blacklight paint that my parents got me when I was like a teenager, and I decided that I would spend it. But other paintings, like the Two of series, 2 of hearts, two of diamonds, 2 of clubs, all those. Those I'm going to look for. Excuse me. I'm going to feel out my options and try and find someone who will make me canvas prints that I can mass produce and sell. But these ones right here, there's a local dessert shop that is like alien themed. And they're all done up in like bright neon colors like green and pink. These paintings, I think, would go right at home in there. And I have a bit of a relationship with the owners as well. So I think they will be interested in my work. And it'll be nice to see my work hanging up in one of my favorite places to get a nice chocolate shake. Get really good chocolate shakes. There we go. I'm noticing that I had actually already signed some of these on the flip side. So that's a little embarrassing. But yeah, I'll probably find a way to mass produce the 2 of series for sale. And I'll figure it out from there. I'll try selling locally first. And then from there, I don't know, maybe open up an Etsy account. Oh, whoops. Just whacked the mic again. Doing a lot of that today. Doing a lot of that. Oh, by the way, I've been watching Callie's Devil May Cry stream. You know, we're big fans of Devil May Cry around here. And so I was very, very much interested in Callie's playthrough. And it's funny seeing her flip-flop from Dante to Nero and then to V and then kind of back to Nero. Because when V showed up, he was a game changer. I mean, wow, she is so thirsty for V. And it is very funny to witness. Huh. You know, some of this could use a little more paint. Here, let me... What color should I do this? Probably white. That's probably what's going to stand out the most. Oh, golly. Kind of rough. That was kind of rough. But you know what? This could use more white. This could really use another go. Some of these I was just too impatient to go over it with another coat. So, nah, I think I'll go ahead and do that. Like this. Look how horrible that is. Isn't that way better? Isn't that more refined? There we go. Put that away. I want to give this lettering another go. Help it stand out more. If I can. Especially right here. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. This is bad. Yep. And by the way, I've been getting some editing done. I'll admit I've been dragging my feet on it. But I think I'm starting to make some serious progress towards my next video. And it will be a serious weight off my shoulders because it has been quite a bear. It's a video about me and my dad playing Magic the Gathering when the Final Fantasy set had just come out. And it has been such a chore to edit. It is so hard to edit a game of Magic the Gathering, let alone a best of 3. Because you got to keep track of every little thing and make so many little edits to help people watching the video keep track of the action. It was originally going to be the full best of 3, but the way it's going now, I think it's going to be massively truncated to where it's just going to be the first game and then highlights from the next 2 games. Because I just don't have it in me. And I don't really think that putting people through the whole bloody affair is really the best, most interesting content. I think I'm going to pare it down massively. Really, the idea came from just wanting to make sure that I had enough content for a full video. And now, seeing that I have more than enough to where just that first game, that's already over 10 minutes of content. I feel comfortable trimming it down. And then after that, I've got some more stuff. I've got some more Halloween stuff, which is very late. Even more, well, not even more late. Not as late as the Father's Day video. And it's not even going to be out in time for Veterans Day, which would have been nice because my dad's a veteran. At this point, I just want to do it. And get it over with and move on to other more manageable projects. Because the way it's going now just ain't it. And there goes the mic again. I am all over the place right now. Finally get to touch this up. I mentioned before how this was part of my my Halloween display. Wasn't really sure how to decorate to be eye-catching or unique, so I just thought I'd use my paintings. And oh man, I accidentally got some white right here. I gotta fix. There, that's better. Ooh, that was not the idea. That was a big glob of paint. I'm gonna need to scoop up before it makes things worse. Now, can we work on this lettering as well? Because this I think is really rough. This could be so much more legible. Alrighty then. What? Oh, this is so much better. Like I said, I'm impatient. So I don't take the time to do another coat. So doing it on stream like this is helpful. I considered adding outlines to the lettering to make it even more legible. But really, I think what it would do is just make the paintings more cluttered. So I'm going to not do that. I also considered not making this lettering white, changing it to something else. Because the background is kind of pale, but I still think it's dark enough that you can read it. This really reminds me of the time I restored a mural for a city a couple towns over, and unfortunately, I've seen it. It could really use another restoration. It's rough right now, and the lettering that I did is basically completely gone. It's illegible. And I guess the city just hasn't deemed it a priority anymore. They don't care about their culture. Don't care about their culture, don't care about the arts. It's sad. Sad to see that my work has gone to waste because no one has bothered to follow up on it. Maybe I should offer my services. Maybe if they pay me. If I can talk them into paying me to do it, then that mural can look good again. But then I don't know how many other people care about it. Because the actual place where the mural is kind of out of the way. So even if I restored it, how much would people really appreciate it? How much would people appreciate the effort? I feel like appreciation as a value has already, lost value. Man. I always think about how this used to look. Like the older iteration of this, it's terrible. This is much better. By the way, this. I don't like how the color got corrupted because I was switching colors like really rapid fire. And so this looks kind of green. It's not supposed to be green. It's supposed to be like a pale yellow. So let me see if I can't fix that. Oh my gosh, that is so much better. Still not perfect, but boy is it better. What if I did this though? Because it's actually still not supposed to be that bright. There, that's fine. And I can't forget my little moniker. Ooh, careful, that's still wet. Get the little glob of stuff off there. There, that's better. Overall, way better. Whew. So that's an improvement. And then this, definitely in need of improvement. Because here's the thing, right? Well, first off, this has been in need of another coat. For a long time. Get the paint boogers off of there. Unsightly. Come on. Too many big globs of paint. What is going on here? Smooth it out. Okay, well that's better. But not enough because you can see that I've managed to smudge some other paints on there. So let me restore that. And try not to whack the mic again while I'm at it. There, that's not actually all that fixed. More. Lots more. Why is this paint so thin? It's more yellow. Needs more black. Needs more red. But here's what the painting really needs. It needs symmetry. See how this has extra flames on it? This heart right here? This was supposed to have ice on it, and I just forgot. So, I'm going to fix that. Not too much, because I don't want to ruin the composition. Like, I've already kind of screwed this up just by doing that. But I think if I can add just a little bit of ice to this, then it will be better. And I may need help from a smaller brush to make that happen. Here, let me get... Ooh. Let's get right up in there. Ooh. there very carefully. Add some ice. Because that's the way it was on the old version of this painting. Just in case you didn't know, this is not my first time doing this painting. This is actually the third version. It's turning out pretty good, I think. Could be a little brighter, but this paint, I think it's getting dry, and so it's misbehaving. Like it's forming these thick paint boogers. There. You know what? That's just fine. Just those little bits at the end make it so much better and more balanced. I do think it could use another coat, though. Just a little bit more paint. There, that's pretty good. The lettering, though, again, needs work. Needs to be brighter. Thankfully, there's not too much of it here. So this will be quick work. This is popping so much better with this going on. So, figure while I wrap this up, I'll talk about future plans. So, like I said, One Piece is on break, right? So we will not be streaming next week. Assuming One Piece comes back next week, that's when we'll stream. And we will be back to our usual day and time. That's Sunday at 1. I kind of got to think, though, about what I want that stream to be. Because I don't have any ideas right now off the top of my head. So it's a good thing that One Piece is on break, because that'll give me more time to think. It'll also give me more time to hopefully, for real, finally kick this illness once and for all. Because I still got it. You can hear it. I'm still kind of nasally. Still got a cough. It's not nearly as bad as it was before, but it's still there. And so is the ear infection. My hearing's not distorted like it used to be, but my ears are pretty gummed up. It feels like I'm up in the mountains, and I gotta keep popping my ears by like chewing invisible food. Oh yeah, that's so much better. And now we gotta sign it. And there you go. And I kind of want these flames to be brighter. I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like I'm actually done yet, because I don't like how weak those flames are. And again, it just comes down to the yellow paint being really, really annoying. So let me fix this. It's a little more pale than I would like, but let's add some more yellow. Because I don't like how pale it is now. What if I add just a tiny bit of orange to it? Would that help? Something to make it more yellow than yellow. There, see? Isn't that better? So, yeah, that's... Ooh, that's a lot of painting. But I think that will do it for this stream. So let's get right side up here. Man, that stream was a mouthful. It was a handful. But that'll do it for today. Thank you all for tuning in. As always, your support is very much appreciated because every view, like, comment, and subscription and follow, it all helps us push on to bigger and better things. But for now, I guess I'll see you guys November 23rd. Sunday, November 23rd at 1 p.m. If there are any changes, any news whatsoever, best way to find out is to check us out on our socials here. I say us like it's not just a one-man show. Got our socials here. Best one to follow would probably be Twitter. They call it X now, but I still have full confidence that they're going to realize their mistake and change it back to Twitter at some point. That's the social media platform that's the easiest to manage. It's very simple and straightforward. So if you had to pick one, that would probably be it. No. We do have a Discord, but I forget to update on it constantly. I try to remember. Yeah, one day I'll make a habit out of it. Whatever. But yeah, thanks for showing up, and I'll see you guys later. You have a good night. See ya.